Hello. I'm going to be testing the audio in just 1 second just to see if the music isn't too loud. Me playing back some audio real quick on my my stream, so I'm gonna pause the music real quick. Back some audio real quick on my stream, so I'm gonna pause the music real quick. Back some audio real quick. Alright. Sounds alright, I might have to lower it just a wee bit. Okay. I think that's alright. If at all the audio is way too high, just do let me know in the chat. Boop. Play that guy right there. I need to adjust the PNG tuber a little bit to catch the lip sync a little better. It's a little sensitive. Oh, there we go. Okay, great. It's so the PNG tuber can be kind of sensitive sometimes. I just want to make sure that it actually syncs with my lips whenever I speak. It's gonna, oh my god, it's definitely gonna catch some background audio every so often, you know, it's inevitable. Is that good? I think it's good. We'll adjust it every so often, you know. This is my first stream, and I did do quite a bit of behind the scenes stuff like yesterday before I started, just to make sure that everything is a-okay. Let me see if I can fix the chat blending feature, because it doesn't seem to be working well. I'll just change the blend mode on that. I know that there are, what are they called, programs that actually overlay the chat better, which I am going to look into. This is just a little shortcut for now. I might even end up making the chat thing darker, just so it overlays better. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll change that when we get to the other scene. This is just my little, I guess the best way to call it is like a home layout, you know? Hello, Grumble. Welcome to the stream. I'm just, we're just in the chill vibes right now, just to see if anyone else comes. It is currently 6:43 here in Southern California. I know that most people are either have finished working or are currently working, for those who work the nighttime shift. I know a friend of mine who is currently working, I believe Call Me Ryan, she is making the dough right now, so unfortunately she cannot join me for the stream. She could if she could. She would if she could. That's what the saying goes. Let's see, it doesn't seem like the chat is working. working properly. I should be able to stream just whatever is on there. One sec. Oh, it's because, oh, okay, I see why. Because I think, well, yeah, I need to drag it a little bit. So we can actually see the, there you are. It just wasn't cropped right. Want to make sure we get to see the chat. It's all good. Hi Ryan, hello! I'm just seeing things like set up, not last minute setup, because I've been setting up since yesterday. My friends and I were playing a little bit of the new demo Monster Con. If y'all are familiar with Monster Prom, which is a series of like funny, like a parody spin on I got something about that. On a dating simulator kind of style game where you're dating monsters and beasts and all that. It's really cool. And they just released their demo for their 4th installment. Highly recommend it. It's very fun, very cute. It goes back to like the original sort of like trying to woo different monsters and stuff, but now it takes place at a like a convention, like an anime convention. So that's really funny. I really like the setting of that. Yeah, just a chat right here a little more. Should have squeezed that here. Hi, how's everyone doing? Anyone who was able to type in chat. We're going to start the doodle portion of this stream in just a wee bit. I actually didn't have too much of an idea what I wanted to work on, but then I remembered there was a doodle that I was working on that I kind of wanted to finish first. Originally I wanted to kind of show off a project that I have kind of been in the works for a while that I only post every so often on my Blue Sky whenever like I feel like it. We might bring that up a little later on if we get a couple more people to join. Oh, sorry, I don't know what's up with my throat. Something shot down there. You know what I'm saying? I got some Wawa though, so everyone stay hydrated. Oh wow, that is my coworker right now. Give me just one sec. Oh my god. I had my coworker calling me, and then I had my mom call me back to back. Sorry about that. Things got piled up at work for you? I can imagine. It's a Friday after all. Sorry about the delay. So what was I saying? Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about like my project a little later on during the stream. But for now, I think we can go ahead and switch off to our other screen. Let me move my little model. She's all the way in the corner. You cutesies. And then we'll just go ahead and bring the chat back here. You don't need to share that much. Yeah, so I'll tweak that a little bit later for the stream, so then I can actually have a proper layout for the chat. Hey, no worries, no worries. So what am I working on today? Well, if for those who are familiar with Call Me Ryan, who's been through her streams, we talk a lot about our hey Ariel, or should I say Curb? Whichever name you want to present. Why do you have your legal name on your YouTube account, dude? I'm not stinky. I took a shower this morning. Don't call me stinky. So Ryan and I, friend of mine, I have no idea. That's great. We have like our own D&D characters. Her character's name is Allegro Lyle. And he's a bard, human bard, very cutie patootie. It's an old, that makes sense, it's an old cow. And then I have my character, Statler Waldorf. Yes, I did not know the reference of Statler Waldorf until like into like the campaign. We were like 5 campaigns in, and I didn't realize that Statler Waldorf was the name of 2 characters from the Muppets. My ex named him, not me, so you can thank him for that. But it stuck to me. I thought it still fit quite nicely. So he's a half elf, arcane trickster, because originally he was supposed to be like a rogue that sort of learned magic. So I just went with like a subclass of a rogue, which is it's pretty cool. So it's a little bit homebrewed style. And so occasionally we'll do like little AUs and whatnot, and I have such an affinity when it comes to Cowboy Wild West alternate universes. So in this particular alternate universe, Statler owns like a bar, or like a saloon is what they call it. So he owns a saloon, and Allegro and his friend Jasper, who is also human, but he's a rogue, who's a bit more like of a troublemaker than Allegro is. But they're childhood friends. So they're both bandits, and they stumble upon this saloon, and Allegro meets Statler, and he starts to grow an attachment to him. It's very cute, it's very wholesome. Until like the whole thing is that like Allegro is supposed to be like a distraction, so then Jasper can loot the saloon, find like where their hidden safe is with all of, like the goods and whatnot. And then Allegro ends up finding comfort in the saloon. He's able to express himself through his lute playing, or guitar, because I don't think people use lutes in the Wild West as they did in the medieval times anymore. And of course, Statler's a little bit of a dancer prancer, so like he does little performances for the saloon every so often, and Allegro provides the music. So it was like a whole thing that we came up with. It was very adorable, and I just wanted an excuse to draw like the cowboys and stuff, because goddamn, you can't go wrong with a little bit of cowboy action, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, that's what we're gonna be doing today. Actually, I didn't even think I enabled my Huey on application. Liar, Allegro Liar. Thank you, Ryan. Lear. I always keep forgetting how it's pronounced, but nah, no worries. Currently, the music that is playing is the Stardew Valley OST. Stardew Valley is like one of my favorite games. I didn't think I'd actually be into it, learning that it was supposed to be like a farming simulator, but it's way more than just a farming simulator. It's like, it's a lot of fun. If you're still looking for something casual with like opportunities to do other things, then I would highly recommend it. Yes, lyre is a type of string instrument, so for you musicianists, if you get the reference, then you earned yourself a cookie. Congratulations. So we are just going to be completing this little doodle. I was gonna like color it and stuff at some point, but you get to kind of watch the process. I want milk. Then well, you can go buy some. My store is closed. Go get some milk from the nearby shop. I'm not southern, by the way. I don't know why I always default to a southern sort of vibe. Whenever I play this persona. it just feels right, you know? It's like when you think of like kind of cottagecore. It's I don't even know if this would be considered cottagecore. But it's very cozy, and when you think of cozy, you think of just like, you know, some little bit of a southern hospitality. I wouldn't say my character is southern though. Maybe southern coded, but yeah. I haven't necessarily given lore to my little pie character. I call him Pie Sona, which is really funny. It's just a fursona, honestly, because it's like, yeah, I'm a cow, moo moo moo. But it's not like conventional furry, where it's like, you know, a very voluptuous body type. She's more chibi. She's more of a chibi character, so like, I wouldn't even constitute her as like a conventional furry. Compared to most that you see on the lines. On the interwebs. I've made a concept that's a bit more human-esque before. I just felt like this one kind of hones in more to the kind of aesthetic that I give off, which is like kind of more cute kind of character, you know. For those who are familiar with my art style, or for those who are currently watching the stream right now, and I think like the best way to describe my art would be like, oh, it's cute. It's very cute. Man, I love drawing hands. It's just something about like drawing more intricate parts of the body that I find like a very good challenge. Because a lot of artists will say like, man, hands are like the worst to freaking draw. And I mean, yes, I do agree. Hands can be very difficult to draw, but they're also, I feel like, the part of the body that's most neglected. Because you can add a lot of character to how your hand is positioned. I mean, those who do sign language, you know, and stuff like that, they rely on their hands to communicate. You don't see many characters that are handicapped in that way in media. I wish there were more like that. You know, it feels like a big fear I think a lot of cartoonists or just animators in general have is that having a mute character makes it not as like engaging. I don't know why, because there are quite a few characters that like don't talk at all, yet can still be very expressive, and that's just all based on how you're animated. I guess in terms of like storytelling, most cartoonists would prefer give them gloves. I mean, does he have gloves in this one? Gloves aren't really practical for a saloon owner. I don't think, because they handle a lot of wet stuff, so you don't want to do that. Oh my god, hi Urchin, hello! Welcome to the stream. We just started doodling, I mean. I've been streaming for a couple of minutes. I was just waiting for more people to come in. How's your day, Urchin? How you doing? Feel free to type in the chat. I'm gonna try keeping a good eye on chat while I'm doodling as well. You know, there's nothing else that I'm really doing besides that, so it can't be that hard. What was I talking about? Wow, I just completely forgot what I was saying. I was so excited to see familiar faces. I'll remember in just a sec. I'm sure it'll come back to my head eventually. Mute character, sorry. Hey Seth, hello. Two familiar faces. Ryan's currently at work right now, so she may not be able to be too focused on the chat, but no worries. If you got YouTube Premium, I believe you have the ability to listen to the video in the background, which I have. I like that feature personally because I work a lot and I like listening to stuff while I'm working, so it's a good distractor while I'm doing absolutely nothing. How do you do with deadlines? Depends on like how close the deadline is. I know that there are some people who try to get commissions for like holidays or for like birthdays and stuff. It really depends on how complicated the commission is and how well my availability is, because I do work like a 10 to 5, so obviously I don't have a lot of time in the day to just focus on drawing unless it's like a weekend. But I would say I'm a pretty fast commission person. Like I get stuff done pretty quick, so it definitely depends on the commission. From tomorrow to the 5th of April. Let's see. What am I doing tomorrow? Well, tomorrow I was supposed to be babysitting my boss's cat, but she's already coming back tomorrow, so I don't have to go and babysit. I don't think I have anything set for Saturday. My mom, I think she was gonna go and go to the storage place to pick up some more stuff to clean, so I don't know if I'll be joining her in the morning. But other than that, Saturday's pretty free. Sunday I'll be kind of out and about for quite a bit, so I might be a little busy that Sunday. But other than that, all the way up to 5th of April, yeah, my schedule's pretty open. So if anyone's looking for commissions, then you know I'm always open for that. Yeah, mute characters. I want more mute characters. I think mute characters are adorable. I love like the ability to express a character and what they're thinking and what they're trying to say just by gestures alone. There's a for those who know what the Snorks is, around the time of Hanna-Barbera, there was a TV show called The Snorks that played on Boomerang, and there's a character called what was his name again? It was like Tudor, I think it was, and his whole gist is that like the Snorks have like as they call it, snorks on their heads. They breathe underwater. And so Tudor only communicates through toots and stuff. And somehow some of his friends understand what he's saying. I don't know how they understand it. But like that's his whole gist, is that he doesn't talk, he just like toots. And I think it's the cutest freaking thing. I feel like he's like kind of black-coded, in my opinion. I mean, at least if I were to draw him as a human, that's exactly how I would do it as. But I still think like his whole overall character is really cute, because he's funny, he's quirky, like he's very expressive even if he lacks the words to speak. It's very cute. A simple birthday request? Yeah, I'd be down for that. If it's like just a kind of sketch thing, then that's totally possible. If it's like sort of like a full art render thing, I'm sure I could still manage that. Again, it just depends how complex the commission is, you know. Every mute character, Prism the Wolf, she's mute the entire time with the exception at the end. Feel mute characters suffer from lack of good writing, because some incompetent writers can't visually make them appealing. It could be like multiple different things. I do like the pun on that. It could be multiple different things, multiple different factors for that. One, and this is just kind of lowballing it, the person could be just a little bit too lazy and just kind of be like, I can't tell this story without actually communicating it, so I have to have them say something. Instead of using, like, the show don't tell rule. Because there's a lot of stories that, like, do not use any kind of dialogue at all. Or even just, like, text dialogue, right? Because some people think that, like, everything needs to have, like, voice acting and stuff. As much as I love voice acting, even I know that there's a limit to that. And, like, most people don't want to hear, like, splurges of dialogue, like, on and on and on. So it's usually better if you can rely less on, like, words. Oh boy, it looks like someone already commissioned me. I'll check that out in this. Give me 1 second. I'll check that out in the second. I'll send it when I get paid tomorrow. Okay, cool. What was I saying? The second factor could be, just kind of lack of I'm not saying that the person lacks writing skills, but those who cannot really convey a story from direction alone usually, like, lack that, like, ability to tell a story without having someone needing to tell them, like, what's going on and whatnot. Those who are really good at writing are usually able to tell a story without not having any dialogue, and it's just sort of based on, like, circumstance and things that are going on. Or, like I mentioned, characters that are very expressive that can use, like, gestures and stuff, emotions to convey, like, exactly what they're saying, what they're doing. Third reason I would assume is that that people are under the impression that, like, having voice acting makes it look more professional and all that, which I can understand. When you have voice acting, you know, you can really bring, like, a story to life. But I also feel like that also excludes the ability to have a character that doesn't speak at all, if you want everyone to have some kind of voice, you know? It would have been interesting if I went the direction of, like, so, funny thing is that, for some of my OCs that I have, well, now I'm talking about my OCs, so it's great. So with my OCs, I personally didn't even think that one of my characters would be mute, and that's because I guess I was under the mindset of, like, man, I want to be able to hire as many voice actors as I can for this project because I love supporting artists. It's great. But then it's like I didn't even think that my characters having no voice was an option. If I had, like, the chance to do that, I probably would have made my character Paul mute. But, like, I already commissioned a friend of mine to voice the lines that I needed for him, so it's like, there's no way I'm wasting $40 and not using those lines. Oh my god. Let me check the details on this. Oh, cool, nice. Let me see, who is have they commissioned me before? 1 sec, sorry chat. Cause it's not Urchin, it's not you Urchin, is it Seth? No, it's someone else. Oh, it's someone else. I don't know if they are currently on the stream right now. If someone on the stream, commissioned me, then I can do it live and all that, but I'm not sure if they're currently watching the stream right now. They didn't put it on the details, I don't think. They do have references and stuff. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll do this stream. I'll stream it for them. Cause it's really simple. Hands above her head with the floating around. That's really cute. Yeah, basic sketch commission. That's awesome. Yeah, so we'll work on that after I do a little more of this doodle right here. Oh, hello there, Peter. Knew it, saw it on Blue Sky. Oh, thank you for checking me out on Blue Sky. always appreciate new and returning guests. Returning for people who are part of Ryan's streams, because I'm usually very active as a co-host for her. And it's been so much fun, like, streaming with Ryan. Just kind of like, like, backseat gaming. But at the same time, like, interacting with, like, chat and whatnot. Because y'all always have, like, some interesting stuff to talk about. Especially related to games that we play. We just recently played the first part of Kingdom Hearts that is available on Steam. It's really interesting. It's very neat how it's like I'm very familiar with like a lot of people are familiar with Disney, but I was like raised with like Disney, especially with like the Disney princesses and like characters like Mickey Mouse and stuff like that. So it's kind of funny to see like sort of this more darker tone with like Kingdom Hearts, because it is very anime, but like you still have like the whimsical characters and humor of like Disney. It's really funny, but I can totally see why people have such an appeal of it, especially those back in the 2000s. It's such like 2000s core, you know, very like kind of like edgy tweens like trying to be all cool and stuff like that. I get the hype behind it. Shadow looks a little bit tall in this. When your character be too tall, we gotta shrink you down. He's not like, I mean, he's slightly shorter than average, but I wouldn't call him like short. It's just he's definitely shorter in comparison to Allegro, which is very cute. Yeah, I'm not going to put too much into this, because it is just supposed to be a doodle. I was going to have, like, a background and all that, but, like, who needs backgrounds, am I right? Nobody cares about backgrounds. I can do commissions with backgrounds, obviously, because I'm willing to put in the work if I'm getting paid for it. Is the thing. Do I enjoy it? It really depends. Certain backgrounds can be really fun to do. Like, I am also, for this project that I'm working on, it's a visual novel. So visual novels need to have backgrounds to you know, illustrate the scene. And that definitely is a challenge for me to do, especially when I have to bust out, like, the whole architecture and stuff. It was really funny, because when I was making concept art for like the living situation for the characters in that series, I didn't even think how unrealistic the layout was for the place like that they call like home. It was hilarious. Like, I pulled up The Sims 4, because I hear that like you can get good references for like architecture by just popping open The Sims and having like a unlimited money mod to build whatever you want. And as like I'm building this house, I'm like, the way that I want my house to look is completely like unrealistic to what I was expecting. So I had to make quite a few different changes. Oh my god, it's my mom again. Hold on, chat. Sorry about that, chat, Mommin. Giving me coffee. I can't live without my coffee. I was gonna see if there's any other music that we could play. I would usually play like my STEM course stuff, but this is supposed to be a chill stream, so I don't want to play anything too over the top. But if you guys have any suggestions, feel free to message in the chat. Be more than willing to check out some recommendations. Get that guy out of here. Should we color this? I feel like we should color this. This is kind of like a warm up right now, because I am going to work on a commission that I just got in just a second. So I thought, let's just do like a little warm up doodle, just to, you know, just kind of get in the gist of things. I'm gonna need to bust out the old reference. I have my reference thing. Where is it? My sub view. Yeah, there he is. I'll have to adjust the colors a little bit. I'm usually used to bright saturation. Actually, he's probably gonna have gloves, so I'm gonna make him a semi-reddish dark tone. I try usually not to make gloves too dark, cause you know, it'll make it harder to see. The coffee, yeah. No, I like coffee. I prefer usually medium roast. You want some Sonic music? If you got some recommendations, feel free to just throw it in the chat. I could check that out. Let's see, what kind of Sonic music, actually? Video game bangers. I usually just look up, like, Sonic. Let's see. There was a Sonic, I usually look up, like, Sonic lo-fi. And it's usually people who play, like, just, like, some nice upbeat music. I forgot the one that I was listening to before. Let's see. I do like me some upbeat music. There's like an 11-hour long lo-fi Sonic Frontiers. That one's a great one. Let's see, we'll do this one, because I still want some good jams. We want to do this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. It's upbeat enough. I need something to wake me up. I'll go ahead and lower it on the OBS because I'm not sure how high it is compared to my microphone. Yeah. Do let me know if it is too loud. It's really hard to tell unless I were to play back my audio, which I could do that, but you could just tell me. I know what's wrong with X. forget what his color palette is. You're gonna have brown pants. Like a like more like a reddish brown. Even when I'm drawing original characters, you can't steer away from the Sonic core. It's always gotta loop back to that. Hello there, Juan. Welcome to the stream. We are just vibing to some epic Sonic music, as requested by Ryan. Because what other music can we be jamming to than good old Sonic core? Let me change the tone of that. I can't even see that too. Yes, very cool, very epic. I'm working on this little fun doodle just as a warm-up before I start on a commission. Cute little sketch commission. I am doing good. Just finished up work for the day. I'm looking forward to this weekend. Because I work like a 10 to 5, Monday through Friday, so it's like, really tucks you out. So I always appreciate those good old weekends to recoup and just like have these kinds of doodle times. This is what I usually be doing anyway, after the end of the day. Most of my friends are usually either working or busy with other things, so it's just me and my little doodling. Colors, should have Legos on. Shirt probably a dark color. Most cowboys and bandits don't really wear light colors because it gets dirty in the sand dunes. This bandana might need to be a different color though, because it might blend in with the cape too much. Maybe like an offset, maybe? So it's some colors. Most people enjoy coloring as part of the process. I personally am not really a colorist myself. Anytime I can avoid having to color something is a benefit to me, but boy, I love like the use of colors in art. Colors can also be very can tell a story as well. It can display emotion, it can display like a character's personality. Colors are associated with personality too, so when it comes to visual storytelling, color can be very helpful. I was really debating on, well, I wasn't really debating. I was always sure that I was gonna stream on YouTube. I'm not a big fan of the regulations on Twitch, although Twitch is one of the places that you can get affiliated to earn money. looking to earn money through ads or anything like that. Because that's usually what it's for. If y'all want to donate to my coffee, that is totally up to you. If you happen to donate $10, that is qualifiable. That's not a word. You are qualified for a sketch commission. You to donate $10. It's applicable for one character. Any extra character is a little bit extra, you know. I don't know if I'm digging this green. My skin's a little bit too gray. Maybe I can keep the scarf red and then make the cape a little bit darker. Yeah. I think that works. This one slaps. I have my criticisms of a lot of Sonic games, but the one thing that I cannot deny is that they always got banger music. My favorite game is to play like a Sonic OST to a friend who's never played Sonic before, and then wait for them to say, "Man, this music's awesome. What is it?" And then admit that it's just Sonic core, and watch the smile on their face like fade away as they realize that I have brainwashed them into liking Sonic. And that's how you do it, chat. Killed up a total southern boy. Don't know what color to do your hat. You don't want to like work with too many colors. As a matter of fact, for some reason this looks green. I don't know why it looks green. That's weird. I don't want it to blend in with the other colors though. Working with colors can be hard sometimes. Sometimes I'm just freeballing it and just go with whatever looks pleasing to the eyes. I hope to grasp the concept of color theory after my many years of drama. And you think that I would be able to use that, but nope. Gut instinct. Go what feels right. It is quite funny because Ryan's character Allegro is usually wearing a mask to conceal like the scar that he has on his face, mostly because he's more ashamed of it than anything, and also it helps conceal his identity, especially with all the criminal antics that Jasper kind of drags him into. But I think he has a very pretty face. And I think Statler does too. Statler agrees. I mean, Statler's supposed to have like a very cutesy face as well. But with Statler's whole thing, the only reason why that he wears a mask is literally to hide the fact that he's a half elf. Because half elves in like many of the universes in the Forgotten Realms and just in general are never really seen in the best light, because elves are very like high, like uptight, sort of very prideful. They honor their heritage, and the idea of having it tainted by what they consider a lower race does not really sit well with them. And humans also don't really have much of a good rep with elves because, you know, they think they're so uptight and poppish. So when you have like this, you know, kind of inner breed that doesn't mesh well with either race, it's like where else can they go? It's a very sad thing. I was getting a massage. Man, I could use a massage. That sounds good right about now. Let me see. You can either you can send the link either here on the YouTube's chat, if that's even possible. I'm not sure if you can do that, or you can DM it to me and just let me know, because I tend to have my Discord muted during stream so it doesn't make any noise. I don't like that's gray. Let's give him more. Should it be the same color as the braces? Maybe. He's working with a lot of browns. Warm colors are my favorite kind of colors to work with, though. It just looks so nice. And I think brown is like, you know, very southern-esque. Look at him. Look at that boy. So pretty. I can like tweak the colors a little bit, though. There we go. Nice and warm. That'll work just fine. They got deleted. I guess because they saw it as spam. You can send it through Discord though. I can check my Discord, my DMs. Because I think YouTube might have detected it as like scammer links. You can also just like say the title of the songs as well, and I could just look it up if it makes it easier. Should the pants be darker? What I need to do is like make the outlining a bit darker, I think. Alright, I'll check it out in just a sec. Brown will work just because I don't want it to blend in with his hair. In fact, his hair should be a bit more on the grayer side. biggest disappointment in terms of like the Sonic franchise for me was definitely the remaster, quote unquote remaster of Sonic Colors. I was like so freaking excited to play Sonic Colors again. It was like one of my like favorite modern Sonic games at the time when I was younger and I had my Wii. And like I heard that, you know, Sonic Colors is coming out, and I was more used to playing like the classic Sonic games, so I didn't play much of the modern stuff. Besides like I guess Heroes and Riders, but you know, besides that, there wasn't really many other modern Sonic games I played. So like, getting to play Sonic Colors was like one that really stuck to me. And then when I heard that they were remastering it for the Switch, I was like, heck yeah! I could relive my childhood. And the best freaking like music that was like orchestral and space theme and the wisp like abilities. It's gonna be awesome. And then it sucked. It was so bad. At least, I mean, I didn't play it. I saw reviews on it and I saw how terrible like the bugs and the jank and all that. I thought you were forever young. I wish. Unfortunately, we all must age as we get slowly to our inevitable, to the end of our lifespan. Didn't play that I really wanted to though. Honestly, I'm like morbidly curious as to like how bad the controls are, because I hear that the controls are bad, very buggy. The music is debatable in terms of it being just like a remaster or just like their own spin on it. Because it's like, it's obvious that they were going more toward the EDM route, which I don't really understand, because for a game like Sonic Colors, the orchestral music is what really made like Sonic Colors what it is, especially when it comes to intergalactic sort of ambience. Like, they took a inspiration from like Mario Galaxy for sure, and I mean orchestral tracks are nothing like original, but definitely when you're doing like a kind of Space Odyssey sort of genre, you might as well make your music orchestral. Never played it at launch. I don't remember if Ryan had gotten like the pre-order for that one. She mentioned that she got a pre-order for one of the games. I think it might have been Frontiers actually. It's down spin. Like, the music is not that bad for Sonic Colors Remaster. Or Ultimate, sorry, that's what they call it. But, like, it's just not as good as the original, in my opinion. So it's like, I'm not gonna knock it, for being different and all that stuff. It's just not my vibe. It's not my vibe at all. Alright, let me check my... Where's my Discord? There you are. No, B-Mate, that looks cool. Yeah, I'm gonna pause the music real quick so I can check out the ones that Seth sent me. What is this, the one that I really like? Yeah, we'll let this one play out. I haven't heard this one. This is actually really good. I like this like the music that they made during this time for sure. Like you can definitely like tell. Sonic Colors Ultimate, I can imagine. It just like, again, I don't think it would have been as good as the original. We're always like in another dark age before Frontiers came out. Visuals and music. Yeah, I don't know about the visuals, because it was hard to tell from like just looking at videos and stuff like that. But it's like, well, actually no, I do kind of remember like the visuals weren't downgraded per se, but it felt like they desaturated a lot of stuff, which is ironic, because this, when it comes to like games on the Switch, you can like push the colors on that pretty well. And considering that it's a newer console than what the Wii was, I don't understand why it feels like a downgrade. Don't want the incomprehensible lyrics, it's in English. Okay. I know, I like this one too. I usually don't listen to like what they're saying in the lyrics as long as it sounds good. Also somehow brighten. Yeah, I don't. It's like they lowered the contrast but increased the brightness. Like, oh. Oh my god, hi Fancy Tunes! I am streaming, yes! I'm assuming you follow me through my blue sky. We're just doodling and vibing. This is my first stream. I've been streaming with Ryan for a while now, and I thought I might as well do my own stream and get a feel, get a vibe. I wasn't sure if I wanted to start with a doodle stream or do like a let's play. Not a let's play per se, but play like a game, because I do have like quite a few games in my library. I definitely do want to try out a game for a stream sometime. I could definitely check my list of games to see what y'all may be interested in, and maybe even do like a whole voting situation. We call it sneaky porting in a rush job. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze, 1 sec. Never mind, it's gone. It was also passed on by a different, like a whole different company to remake it. Not remake it per se, but to port it for the Switch and for PC, I think, right? I don't remember if there's a PC port of Sonic Colors Ultimate. But yeah, and then like crunching doesn't help either when it comes to like just the video game industry. You're gonna have companies that are crunching time to try and get this port, which is ironic considering that like the game, you know, was like way back then, so I don't know what the rush of it was for. Blind squirrel, that squirrel really was blind. Like, let's see, what other stuff have they worked on? Let me see. I just got like an AI search. A blind squirrel can refer to a squirrel that cannot see. Thanks, Google. No, but let's see what else they made. New World, that's one of their newer games. Let me see their projects. Their website, they show like their remastered stuff. They remastered the BioShock series. And it's like they're showing like the before and after shots, but it's like, I don't know, it's interesting. Borderlands. Is that really? I don't think that's really fucking funny. Y'all should look up Blind Squirrel and check it out, but like, I'm looking at like what they define as like remastered stuff, and honestly, most of their remastered stuff looks more like a downgrade, I'm not gonna lie. Free by Crush 40. Yeah, I'm gonna play one of your other songs that you linked to me. Yeah, I should just have like an ultimate Sonic music playlist playing. I'll probably do that. I'll do that next. It's on the Epic Game Store, and then it's on Steam. Yeah, but it's like, I don't wanna waste my money on a game if I'm not gonna have a good time with it. Again, the big thing that really got me for Sonic Colors was the music, and if I'm not able to listen to the music that I originally played it with, I don't know if I'd be able to get through it. Because I have to admit, like, the gameplay was alright. Wasn't too much to write home about, but it was like, I had most of the fun because the music helped set up, like, the tone and whatnot. It just made it feel fun. So I don't know if I could, sit and play Sonic Colors Ultimate if it's just not like the original. Maybe I'm just like
boomer mindset of like, oh, back in my days, this used to have orchestral tracks and this. It's just that sometimes, like, when you remake something, you think that, oh, it's supposed to make it better because you have the technology, you have, like, people that can, like, improve upon it. But it really does depend. Yeah, I'm a boomer. But it really does depend on the person that you give control over to, you know? Like, if you give it to, like, a toddler, of course they're not gonna, like, well, maybe they might do a better job, but that's besides the point. You don't want to give a project to someone that's inexperienced or doesn't have much of a good rap and think that, oh, it's definitely gonna be improved, because how can you ruin the formula? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you should make, like, a whole Sonic playlist. I do technically have a playlist of, like, music, like Sonic music that I tend to use for, like, comic dubs and stuff. Which I do kind of have a comic dub idea in mind with Ryan and another friend of ours that I think would be kind of fun to do. I do want to have an excuse to make more, like, stuff without having to commit to, like, a big project, because the project that I'm working on is definitely a big commitment, and because of, like, how big it is, I can't really, like, show too much all at once, because there's not, like, enough to show right now. I mean, that's kind of debatable. I actually have quite a bit I can show on that. Do have some underrated covers I like to expose to the wider public. I do like to explore new music. I have YouTube Music that usually gives me, like, recommendations and stuff, and I've been listening to a lot more Hatsune Miku. I don't know why it's been recommending me more of that, but, like, her music slaps. So, like, I'm not complaining. Eye candy. What kind of eye candy are we talking about? Statler is going to be all in blue. It's a great contrast, because Statler wears all blue and Lego wears all red, so their color palettes, they clash with each other. Man, Seth, that's a tall order, asking me not to show you, like, non-Gunner content. Wow. No, it's okay. This project I've been working on, it's supposed to be not, like, Gunner bait per se. There are gonna be Gunner jokes in it, but, like, the whole point of this project that I'm doing is really supposed to, like, give me an excuse to, like, use my characters all in the same setting. Because I can either make all of my characters have their own stories and end up making 5 different series, or just make one whole series where I can use them like a playhouse. Which one sounds more fun to me? Probably the latter. And I'm putting a great amount of work into that. That's for sure. Oh, look at how dapper he looks. That listed garage house. It's really good. Yeah, no, I didn't do it. Let me finish coloring this vest, and I can give you a little peek-see on what I have for that. I'm not even if I should make the outline blue. Why are you blue? It looks cute though so far. I like the color stuff. Want to show their credit? No! This is YouTube. I think YouTube's very strict when it comes to that kind of content, so we're gonna avoid that. Boop, I'm gonna scoot this that way. Let's see. I guess so I can show y'all some sprite concepts. So, for those who don't know, I am making a visual novel. Visual novel / graphic novel for certain episodes. Possibly a animatic for like one of the episodes. It might even be for the prequel idea I have. I'm still jumping between making one of the episodes into a comic and then one into an animatic, because animatics definitely will take much more time, and whether I'll even get voice acting for that is debatable. It probably is just going to be all subtitled to avoid having to pay so much for an animatic, you know. But I am making a project. It's called The Boys. It is supposed to be like a play on the Boys series, if y'all are familiar with that comic book slash TV show. But it's supposed to be worked a little bit more on a more whimsical is the best way to describe it. There's not too much I can say about the plot, but basically it's 5 different characters that have all been what's the one I'm looking for? I wouldn't say sent, because that implies that they came there by will. They were forced into this situation. So they're all basically forced together in this like same universe, and they just get into a bunch of different antics and stuff. And during their time together, they are also trying to figure out like what's going on, what happened, and how they are going to return back to their own universes, because they all exist in different worlds. For example, Statler Waldorf exists in more of like the early medieval age, in like the more fantasy like universe and stuff. We have characters like Daniel Clark, who is from a world more similar to Earth, but takes place in like the early 80s, when Halley's Comet like had blasted in the atmosphere and caused like an entire infection that gave people like these like mutated abilities and stuff like that. You have characters like Paul that takes place like way into the future in a different universe, like we're talking like 3000, like the year 3000. And this is sort of like my commentary on like how like things are currently going with like AI, and how it will become like integrated into society, and how like the high and low class will be defined based on like the technological advancement and what the rich can obtain over the poor, you know, happiness over luxury kind of situation. Bunch of other characters and stuff. I literally just skipped Willow, I'm so sorry. But I wanted to show off some of like the sprites that I have. So for the visual novel, the easiest thing about that is that I only need to really make the sprites once, and then I can like reuse them for like episode to episode. And the only thing I'm really needing to like add more of is like certain not cutscenes, because that implies I'm gonna animate it, but like there are certain like scenes kind of similar in Danganronpa where they actually illustrate like important key points, which are gonna be like the only things that I would need to add on to it. But other than that, I can reuse sprites as I make them. First, let me show you because I know I actually have this right here. So this is the concept for the house. Let me move the tools. Make it easier to see. So I took a lot of inspiration from like 2-story houses. So like if you can recognize some of the houses here, these two right here is the house from the movie Nope. And because like the whole thing about all of these, Monster House is a bit of an exclusion, but the similarities between the 3 houses is that they're all sort of like in their own isolated areas, and they're also like 2-story stuff. So like the house from Nope was a big inspiration for me because it has like the 2 stories, the windows and the layering. The Monster House is also fairly similar in terms of like how it's layered. I also like the porch from Monster House. I thought it looked very pretty, and I kind of liked how like more like disheveled that it looked. I was going for a more disheveled look because the house in Nope is a little bit more too refined. And then like the house from Courage the Cowardly Dog, I kind of liked the way that the shape of like the house, like this kind of classical like house shape. I really liked it, and it's also like a bit more like worn down and all that. So I took that concept, and this is basically like a pretty structural idea that I had for the house. It did go through multiple different sketches. Actually, it's down there, so I can show you. So I only went through like maybe 2 or 3 concepts for it. And then I put it in through the Sims, so you can see, like, for these, it seems like pretty, like, constructed, and that's because I actually took screenshots from the game and used that. Actually, I have the screenshots here. One sec. I can even show it. So, like, I literally just took screenshots from the game and, like, layered it over and just traced it. Because, like, sometimes, like, I'm not an architect. I cannot, for the life of me, do art, like, do architecture. Let me move these guys. So, like, here's, like, some screenshots from the game that I used as, like, a reference. There's also a garage there, which you don't see in the sketch, if I recall. Oh, it's right there, yeah. The garages in The Sims are a little bit wonky, so I didn't really use the garage thing as too much of a reference, but that's just to give an idea that there's a building connected to the house. So you have, like, the back and stuff. And then I did get screenshots for a couple of the rooms, and they're kind of scattered about. But a majority of the rooms, I had to kind of, like, go in, like, free ball in it. Because, again, The Sims is still kind of limited to, what you can, like, put in stuff. So, here's, like, the content for the living room. You can see the kitchen over there. That's, like, the hallway. A little close-up of the hallway. There's a close-up of the kitchen. This is the backyard. I did like how the house came out, like, sketch-wise. I tried to retain, like, that sketchy style. Because, I don't know, sometimes, like, having sketchy work looks better than, like, when you clean the outlining. Because it loses a lot of, like, that charm, I think, when you outline it. 2D sprites with backgrounds, my own project. I love, like, sprites. My friend Bryce does sprite art, and he's, like, improved so much since he started, like, showing it off to us, and has been in, like, different little, like, small, like, projects related to, like, sprite art. And it's, like, it looks so fun to, like, do, because it's, like, the limitation on, like, what you can illustrate, but, like, still, like, using that to your advantage is so cool. Let's see what else I got. Oh yeah, it's just more concept. Okay. So I went through, like, multiple different roughs to do the sprites. So here's, like, a base for, like, all the characters, just to get an idea size-wise. Wish I could have helped and got my picture to it. Definitely, I forgot what he goes by online. He's on Newgrounds. I think it was Gorbiel or something like that. He might be under a different name. But I mean, whenever, like, you got some extra spare change, you know, definitely give him a commission. He does, like, I think, like bus shots, at the moment, but they're, like, fairly inexpensive. So it is, like, a base. And this is a couple of, like, just doodles of, like, the sprites. Again, I had to kind of go through some rehash, like, what is it called? I had to do it more than once. Because my problem is that sometimes I'm never satisfied with, like, when something comes out. That's why I have to kind of do it all in one go, because I'll let it marinate for a while, and then it's like, I want to do something else. I want to make it look good. But here's what I have so far for, like, Statler. Let's see. I did do it on paper for him. Yes, I'm a perfectionist, like, 100%. And that's one thing I need to kind of, like, break away from, because, like, the whole point of this is not to make it, like, a complete project. I'm just more, like, practicing the basics, you know? So, it can't... The point isn't for it to make it look perfect. I just want to be able to get my story across using different forms of media. And visual novels are definitely a first for me, so there's a first for everything. So for Statler's, emotes, I actually did it on paper and then just exported it on here, because when it comes to Statler's expressions, he's a very expressive character. Like, besides, I think, Paul and maybe Santiago, but Statler is more theatrical. So, I tend to do more, like, exaggerated posing on paper, so I thought I would do his, like, expressions on there, and then just re-sketch them, on my computer. And so here's a couple of emotes. This one's my favorite. This is his little familiar Barbados. He's a chunky feller. It's a visual novel. It's not like a choose your own adventure kind of visual novel. It's just that like when it comes to like how it's formatted and how I can easily like script events rather than like doing it all as like a video would just make it much easier to do through a visual novel. So I'm using the program Ren'Py, because I plan on using Ren'Py at some point for a choose your own adventure story. But I want to like kind of have an excuse to learn the basics, so that's why I decided to use this project to help me learn some of like those key stuff before I get into like branching paths and whatnot. So that one's Statler. This one is Willow. Got a couple of sketches for him. Let me see. This one is he does not have a lot of expression in his movement, which is really funny. Because, like, Willow is, like, one of the more, like, more calmer characters. Only whenever he is, in his, other form, which is, like, he has, like, a demon inside of him named Conqueror that sometimes slips out. And that's when his character becomes more, like, exaggerated and expressive and stuff like that. So, Willow's my little boy. Adorable. Speaking of... If you guys haven't seen my repost on Blue Sky, my voice actor, Trev Zed, was recently in an accident. And right now he's doing like a donation page to help him with the scanning and all the jazz to like check out his elbow, because he broke his elbow in the process. So if you haven't checked it out yet, go on my Blue Sky and check out the link. I reposted it. It really goes a long way. He's the voice actor for my character Willow, and he does an incredible job. And I've been waiting for some voice lines for him to do, and they've been delayed many times because he's been going out of town, and then he got sick. And then recently I messaged him reminding him about the voice lines, and he said that he was gonna get right into recording, and just like a few days later he gets in an accident. So I think I cursed him. I really hope that I didn't curse him. That would be terrible. But I still love the work that he does, and it would really be nice if you guys can go and support him. So I appreciate it. I still need to make sprites for Santiago. I have a couple right here so far. I had to like do his more than once, because when it comes to Santiago, he has more realistic proportion. I wouldn't call it realistic, but when it comes to like Team Fortress, because that's what his character was originally based on, he was a Team Fortress 2 OC, that I rehashed into like his own thing, where his whole story, I can't tell much detail about like his story, because that's supposed to be slowly revealed in like the project. But it's fairly similar, and so like their proportions are a little bit different. There's like a bit of like a realistic cartoonish look to it, and so I wanted to make sure that like he's still unique and doesn't look too similar with like the other characters. So each character has like their own unique sort of style to it. So we got some of those ones. Daniel, I don't think I have much for Daniel. Daniel, I still have to actually get started on. He's not like the other boys. As a matter of fact, that's so true. Like, one of the interesting things about Santiago is that he's one of the characters that really lacks a, like, immediate ability. So, like, you have Statler and Willow are both magic users. Willow studies more of like demonology, whereas Statler is more of like the classic whimsical kind of magic. You have Paul, who's basically like a tech genius who can build mechs and like battle armor and shit like that. And then you have Daniel, who is basically like Berserker. He has like a Berserker ability. Santiago doesn't actually have any powers or like abilities like them. And so it makes you wonder like what's so unique about his character and stuff. Well, I can't actually tell you that. It's somewhat related to like a, oh, hello, Space Boy, welcome to the stream. I am, just going off about like OCs and stuff like that, so you might be very confused on what I'm talking about. Please pardon me. But Santiago is definitely unique in his own way, and I hope to explore that as I like get further into this project. Which I really hope it becomes like something that I'm like invested in, because just getting this one episode out is gonna take a really long time. but that's because I'm creating assets like from the ground up. So once all of the assets are complete, then it should be easier from there to like start like making the rest of the story and whatnot. So I still need to work on Daniel's sprites, and then I got Little Paul, which I think I also was gonna redo sprites for him as well, because he already has like completed sprites, but I wanted to redo them at some point. But like I said, I can't be a perfectionist, or else I'm never gonna like get this project off the ground, which would like really suck. That's it for, I think, the sprites at least. Is there anything else that I can actually show off? I posted the ref sheets online, so you guys can check that out on my Blue Sky, but there's like ref sheets that I have for all my characters. Yeah, that's about it. Because that's most of the assets I have. The other stuff is like voice lines, and then like the actual game. I say game, quote unquote, but it's like, again, it's just a visual novel. So like I already have like the coding set up for like the first part of the first episode. It's very short, and I don't really want to spoil anything just yet. So I can't really show that right now, but I really hope to at some point, once it's a bit more like whatchamacallit, refined. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I don't think I have anything else to... I was gonna say rant. It's not really ranting, it's just showing off. But I think we can start working on that one commissione. We'll put the little cowboy thing aside for now. So, I was commissioned by, what was their username again? Talk Commander. And they requested a commission of their character Val the Tiger and their Yellow Wisp. It's very cute. We have another person who has like a little Yellow Wisp companion. It always seems to be a reoccurring theme. I mean, to be fair, the Yellow Wisp is pretty awesome. Here's some of their reference. They have this reference, and then they have it looks like they made their character in Sonic Forces, which is pretty cute. I'm assuming they want to go more based on the one on the left. Because the one on the right, when it came to Sonic, it's really funny, because like with Sonic Forces, like, they were definitely limited to the customization, which is ironic. Because you'd think that, a game that really seemed to emphasize, having, like, original characters in it, you would have, like, a lot more customization options, but, you get what you get. Yeah, I'm gonna play out some more Sonic music. Let me see, I'm just gonna look up Sonic music. We're gonna play best Sonic music playlist. It's gonna play all the good stuff. Yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. Alright, thanks for joining me, Seth. It should all be in the VODs later. Yeah, left one would definitely be better. Okay, cool. I like when people use like stuff like Sonic Forces, or even like if y'all are familiar with the character creator back on like DeviantArt in the early 2000s. You have like a template and then you work off from there. It's really I still enjoy those things because I used to do that a lot with my OCs. Like they would start with like the Sonic OC like creators and stuff, and then I would just work my own thing afterwards. So it's really cute. Let's see, stretching hands above her head with Lucy floating around them. Okay, I think I got an idea of what that looks like. Y'all are gonna see how like I work on my sketch commissions. It's pretty crazy. I feel like I put more work into sketch commissions than I should, but even now I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to that. Yeah, just trust the process. Now I kind of want to do it where it's like her hands are like that together. When it comes to Sonic characters and having hands over, like the hands over their heads, I always found it like a funny sort of proportioning thing. Because Sonic has does stretches and stuff before he runs, and it's just really funny to see like how like his hands are just like literally just pressed against his head when he's stretching. I don't know if it's like the most realistic kind of thing, but you know. I don't want to copy the leg positioning in the reference, even though it's hard to resist, so I'm going to try going for a different pose. I feel like I have like a unique style to how I do Sonic characters, because they're like, I can't really compare them. They're definitely not like the modern Sonic takes. I do like how they draw them in like the IDW comics stuff. I feel like they have a more cutesy sort of proportioning to them. I'm not a big fan of like how they do it in Archie. It really depends. Because if we're talking like newer Archie, I loved how they did like Mighty and Ray. They're like my favorite baby boys. So of course, like I'm so glad that their redesigns are like awesome. I love like their redesigned versions. So I try not to like go perfectionist during this part, because I really want to just lay down like the posing. And if I refine the posing too much, then it's like it takes me forever to do these sketches. Ooh, sounds like my mom's home. I'm gonna check on that real quick. So I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna let the music just keep playing out. Sorry about that, chat. My mom got me the most beautiful little tumbler glass because I love tumblers for my coffee. Thank you, Ryan, for proposing the question. No. Oh yeah, lanolin! It's so funny, because like lanolin I feel like is a sort of like, I compare it similar to like Pearl from like Steven Universe, because it's like, it's one of those characters that I feel like has like more depth to them, but like some people don't really grasp that and like sort of like see them as a very like one-sided character. Because like a lot of people, they criticize that like, oh, lanolin just kind of came out of nowhere and like, you know, we barely had like time to sort of learn about like who she is and whatnot and why she acts the way that she does. But I feel like the comic gives enough detail for like the character that they're making her into. I mean, she started off as like a little, you know, cheapish character in her village, and then when the whole thing with the Zombot arc occurred, she had to really like do a whole 180 in such a short period of time, and like through like this hardship and whatnot, she ended up like trying to take a leadership role, especially when you had like Sonic, who was infected, and so they lacked like a leader at the time, so she had to kind of take initiative on her own. I think that's a pretty interesting like development of a character, and the fact that now she plays sort of like a big role with the Diamond Cutters. I started to kind of grow toward her character, because I was also offered to like try and voice for her, and I feel like her and I share a lot of similarities in terms of our work ethic and whatnot. So when I learned about like kind of a bit more by reading the comic, I was like, huh, you know what? I can vibe with lanolin. I really like her character. I feel like she's definitely one of the underdogs of like the IDW series, kind of overshadowed by characters like Tangle and Whisper, which they are, you know, great characters. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, give some credit to some of the other ones, like Rough and Tumble. I think they're even more underrated. I love those boys. They're my favorite. Little gremlins. Oh yeah, Archie's also had like their characters too. I don't know too. I mean, I guess Mighty and Ray are the only Archie characters that like. I don't even know if you can define them as Archie characters, because they originally started in like this old school Japanese anime arcade cabinet. I forgot the name of it, but that was their first appearance, and then they were used again for the Archie series, and they were given like their actual like backstories and stuff. Like, I don't really know much about Mighty's. His is a little confusing. I don't think I actually sat down, because when I was younger, I used to read through the wikis to learn about the Archie lore, and honestly, I barely scraped the surface of that. But with Mighty's story, I never really delved into it that much. I just knew that I think he had a sister who was like partially roboticized, if I recall correctly. And then Ray is like a little brother to him. Like, not by blood, but like, he's like a best friend to him because he's younger and stuff like that. And, you know, Ray goes through his story of like I think at some point he gets trapped in like the Master Emerald or something like that. I don't know. Like, some crazy stuff happens. At least they simplified it for the newer Archie. They like gave him like a whole redesign. They make Ray look like smaller and even cuter. And I think they make Mighty even like more like overprotective, which is like really funny. Cause he's definitely got Big Brother vibe. He'll do anything to protect his little bro. Like, even to like a more extreme degree than Sonic, cause like with Sonic, of course, he'll do anything to protect Tails, but like he would never like lose like patience. Mighty, he's a bit of a short-tempered fella. Although he did like try to like train to like be more patient and stuff, but I feel like sometimes he slips. And I still love that boy. Iron OC. Sorry, I'm eating applesauce. I made some epi slices while I was AFK for a little bit. But I have an OC named Starla, as Starla the Hedgehog. She's my first original Sonic character, quote unquote, my first Sonic fan character. And her story is definitely interesting. So like, from what I recall currently, is that she was, okay, I'm gonna go like the raw backstory. That's probably gonna be changed because honestly, her backstory is like the equivalent to like Archie level like lore. So there was like a tiger clan, and anytime when a new baby is born, they like offer it to like, you know, like the star deities and stuff like that to like give the child like either like some kind of ability or name, something like that. I never really established it, but like it's basically like a whole celebration when a child is born. And so when Starla was born, she was not born as a tiger, she was born as a hedgehog. Don't ask me why. But because of that, she was like quote unquote banished from the clan and was sent to like an orphanage by like the same clan essentially. So they sent her off to the orphanage to be raised by like the person who ran the orphanage. And originally it's like assumed that like, oh yeah, you know, the kids are gonna be raised up to as adults and then they'll be sent off and stuff like that. But in actuality, the kids like who are sent off to the orphanages they wait until they're old enough to eventually be like sold off as slaves. For originally for like the mines and stuff like that. But essentially like, yeah, the kids are like sent to the orphanage, those who are like banished from the clan, to be sent off as like slaves and stuff like that. So Starla, she lives in like the orphanage, and at some point during her time there, a shooting star like falls near where the orphanage is, and she goes to investigate it, and she ends up touching it like sort of Sleeping Beauty style, and it ends up like pricking her on the finger and ends up like forming into a ring, and this ring gives her like these like like best way to describe this, celestial like abilities, so she can control like stars and whatnot. Don't ask me exactly how that works. I'm still trying to explain that myself. But yeah, so she gets the ability to control stars, but she can only do it if she's wearing this ring. It's sort of like it's something that's gonna like grow on her eventually, but this is like sort of like her trainer braces. Like I was gonna say that like Shadow's like inhibitors, but it's like not really. So it's not really a good comparison. So, you know, as she's learning to use these powers, she's eventually sold off to be a slave at the mines, and that's where she runs into Mighty. And in this story, Mighty ends up going through like a accident that causes him to have amnesia, and so he ends up forgetting how to speak and doesn't remember like where he came from. So he still has like a heart of a hero, and so when he sees that like Starla and these other kids are being, not kids because they're not children at the point, then she'll be like more towards her teenage, and so when they're being sent off to the mines, he jumps into action and he ends up saving Starla, and so they end up meeting each other and decide to escape with one another, so she could help him like regain his memory. And Starla is trying to look for like a new home because she has like no real purpose after like being freed from the orphanage. And so at some point, they go off on a little adventure, and then they meet some other characters as well. So I also have like these OCs named like Kevin the raccoon, and then I think her name is Marcy, if I remember, the dog. It's like Marcy or something like that. But they essentially create their own group, and like they all have their own little like goals and stuff like that. The thing about Kevin the raccoon is that he was based off of Bunny, where he was also partially roboticized. Now I don't know how accurate that would be in terms of like where this universe is. If anything, he might just be more of like cybernetic, I might end up remaking his story because he was more based off of the whatchamacallits. The you know, like Saturday morning cartoon and whatnot. How long is this? Oh my god, this is 30 minutes. We're gonna skip this. I'm so sorry. That was a 30-minute loop of of that. I was kind of going crazy for a minute. But yeah, I can actually show you. Do I still have it? I was actually working on it. I don't know if it was on this computer or on my iPad. Let me see if I have it. Here it is. So, I called them Team Light. Let's see if it opens. There we go. I kind of want to redo it because I feel like the posing's a bit stiff. And like, doing Starlo's hair is kind of hard. So let me show you. So these are like back like 3 years ago. I don't know how I drew this, honestly. That's like the best render I've ever done of any Sonic character. I'm never gonna do that again. That's never gonna happen. But that's Starla. And then it's Marley. I was close. It was Marley. Marcy sounds cute too, though. There's Marley, and then there's Kevin. These were both made through, like, I was talking about the Sonic like character creators. So like that's why they kind of look very basic in their style. But that's why like I was redoing them in this version. Like I kind of like how Marley came out. She looks a little bit. She kind of reminds me of like Misty from like Pokemon. And then you got Kevin. He's kind of like he's a little bit more cool looking. Might redo the boots. I'm not very good when it comes to making detailed boots. I don't know how people do it. They make it look like freaking Shadow's boots and all that stuff. I just don't have that intricacy to do that. I prefer like characters with a basic style, but like done in a unique way. And that's how I try to do it with like my OCs. Now, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't consider my OCs as unique at all, but it's definitely about how you make. Oh my god, Ryan, we're gonna be here all day if I talk about shade right now. Let me finish this apple slice. I'm sure Peter would love to see his commission being worked on, and I don't go on a whole 1 hour tangent about Shade the Skunk. But I'll show you what he looks like just real quick, and then I'll talk about it while I'm doodling, so I don't keep you waiting. We're gonna post up. What's the most recent of him? Let me check my folder. I drawn back in 2024. I mean, I have drawn him a few times because Ryan asked me to draw him with one of her characters. Because one of her characters is dating that character, because we ship a lot of characters together. I'll just pull up the folder. Okay, where is it? That has all the agents. There we go. Okay. So, I'm not going to explain too much about this since we're talking about Sonic now. So, I have a butt ton of, like, original Sonic characters. I love hearing about other people's OCs. Oh, it's really cute. Well, if you don't mind me going off on a tangent a little bit, just so I could explain this concept, because this other concept was also something that I wanted to, like, make into a series, but I've been trying to steer away from like too much Sonic content because I don't want to come off as like a just Sonic centric channel. Like I do a lot of other original stuff too, but like it always comes back to Sonic at some point. So like I'll go ahead and explain this a little bit. I'm not gonna go too into detail because it's a lot. Because basically
I created a lot of Sonic OCs throughout my years when I was little, and a lot of the characters I never ended up using, at least not like in their own stories. So kind of like, I think it started like around high school, was like, how do I use these characters in like one like sort of like storyline, you know, sort of like with like the Freedom Fighters, or like even like the Restoration in like the IDW comics. So I thought, hey, why don't I just make them into like a whole group? So I thought about it, and I'm like, what kind of group would it be? And so I thought I was inspired by like, you know, like the whole like groups like Gun and like the Freedom Fighters, and like battling like against Eggman and stuff. And I thought, how about for like the cities and like the towns that aren't always affected by like Eggman, but still have like criminal activity that Sonic cannot like keep up with, you know, as fast as a character as he is. So I ended up creating this agency. And so the whole thing about this agency, the main person who runs it is a character by the name of EXO. And when he first created it, it was supposed to be sort of like a rebellion against like another agency he used to work for, and that's a total other story. But he created this one, and so he called it Hope for All Mobians. He didn't really think much about how the abbreviation of it would look, but I'll show you the concept. I had several of them actually, so I'll show you all of them. But because it went through a few iterations. So it was abbreviated for Ham, and that was supposed to be the joke because I was so funny when I was like 15. But this was like the like original sort of like just the first like kind of concept I did, and then this one right here is the second concept. I thought, like, yeah, with EXO's character, he's supposed to be like serious. He's a cyborg character. I'll show you his design in a second. But he's a serious cyborg, like cybernetic, like eagle. And so I thought like something that looked more like slick, but like with this abbreviation helped with the contrast. But when I was doing a project for, because I kept working on it until like up to like when I was in college or university, technically it was university, and I did this for a project to help with my logo designing. And I was describing this to my professor, and she thought, maybe you should do something a bit more like colorful, because like the story that you're kind of describing seems like a bit more like cartoony, and so this kind of style doesn't really work with that. So I'm like, okay. So I decided to take that, and this is the comic like logo that I came up with, because I made a comic about it. I'm not going to show it right now. It's old, and I really hope I can like go back and redo it, honestly. It's because it's like, it's old. But I'm so proud of how I did it, though. So maybe one day I'll show it. But this is like the quote-unquote final concept I had for it. And even now I kind of want to go back to the older design. Maybe rework the colors a little bit. But like, I don't know, something about this was like kind of the vibe I was going for. And like, this one fits more of like the future like agency. Because the agency ends up being given to another character. And that character is Shake the Skunk. So let me bust out the design. I'm gonna bust out the entire list, because it's a list of characters to have. You guys are gonna be impressed. Watch this. So here's the roster. It's like literal Smash Brothers. So some of the characters in this are my characters and my friend Ryan's characters. So not all of them belong to me. Now I'll specify specifically each one. So this one in the middle is EXO. He's the cybernetic eagle. Originally, some of the characters in this roster were adoptables that I adopted from my ex, like my first ex, that he wasn't using anymore. And so EXO was originally not a cyborg. I ended up reworking that because like I didn't have any like robot characters. And I thought it'd just be really cool to have something like that. So, I ended up like just taking it and just redoing his whole thing. Kind of inspired by like, I would say I think Neo Metal was a big inspiration for his design, so I went with that kind of route. Apples. Dude, have you guys tried like apples with peanut butter? It's like the best combo to have when you need a snack. It's so freaking good. I should just have like a little separate like little image to put next to my character, so it looks like she's eating apple slices with peanut butter. Well, whenever I'm snacking, so you guys know when I'm snacking. This character next to him, that's Flint the Fly. He's his assistant. He's I think he's British, if I remember correctly. He's just supposed to be stereotypical like popish character that's like very uptight, does all the paperwork and all that. But he's basically like his wingman, his right hand man, because he's been with EXO the longest in the agency. Like he used to also work at the previous agency that he that EXO was in before he rebelled against it. And so I try to avoid Gunnar talk, but like that they're totally, there's totally something going on between them. We can go down the line real quick just before we get to Shade, because that's the one that we're supposed to be talking about. But this one's Ryan's character. I think I have their names in my file. One sec. Because I'm not going to remember all their names. Ryan remembers all their names somehow. I don't know why. She's freaking crazy, is all I know. No offense. Okay. I did name them all. Okay, so let me see for that one. Yeah, that's Buddy. That's Buddy the Frog. Ryan knows a little more about his character, but he's like more of the outgoing, spunky type. He's really cool. He's got these gloves that like block, because he's a poison frog. Poison tree frog? I forgot what they're called, but they're the ones that like have poison on their hands. So he wears these gloves, and then like when he takes them off and touches things, it gives them like acid damage. It's really cool. That one's Zombie. That one I think was also an adoptable. That's Limbs. His whole lore, or their lore, because they're, you know, I was gonna say bigender. It's not bigender. I would say they're more non-binary because they're made up of different body parts from male and female Mobians. Poison Dart Frog, thank you. That's what I was trying to remember. So Limbs was recovered from a rescue mission, kind of similar to like infiltrating a house by like a guy similar to Frankenstein. Had the character and gave you him. I didn't remember you giving him to me. I thought you still owned him. Well, I still consider Ryan having the character because she sort of already had like an idea with him. I think he had a sister too. I think I designed a sister or something. I swear he has like a sister. I don't remember where I put her design, but I'll have to double check later. So yeah, that's Limbs. They recovered them from like a mission. And they're interesting because they kind of have a crush on one of the other characters that I'll show you in a second. Oh, what was that? Oh, the zombie character. I thought you were talking about Buddy. The zombie character was originally Ryan's. And then yeah, Buddy does have a sister that's Bubbles. Which I did draw. I remember what she looks like. I just need to see if I still have the file. Then we got Chef. That's pretty straight up. That's just his nickname. He has an actual name. I just don't remember what his real name was. I think it's in his I have an agent file with like all the characters' information, so I can look for that. Yo, this music claps. Okay. This chef, he's the chef of like, he makes all the meals and stuff. He was also one of the agents with EXO back in the agency that EXO used to work for as well. So he's also one of the veterans. He definitely like, he didn't take it as bad as EXO, because like EXO, the reason why he's a cyborg is because he like was so not damaged. He was like severely injured in his last mission that they literally like were barely able to recover like his body from that incident. So like Chef is like definitely one that had the least amount of damage during that time. We got Kiro, which I've been meaning to redesign him because I'm not a big fan of like his whole vibe.
and all that, but he is supposed to be like very hands-on fighter and stuff, and so he's a bit more like what's it called? Oh, I can't think of the word. I wouldn't call his personality calm, but like he kind of like is able to think really fast, and he's light on his toes, if I can say it. I like this one. This is Comet. I think this one's also a adoptable. That originally I think was a hedgehog that I decided to turn into like what are they called? Anglerfish. It's really interesting because he has this scarf, and so under it he has like those razor teeth that anglerfish do. So he always keeps it on because he doesn't want to scare like the civilians and all that stuff. He kind of is a bit inspired by Espio. I wouldn't say his personality is as goofish as Espio. He does take it so seriously. It's just that he's very naive to like culture on land because he's so used to like things that happen in the water. Then this one, Virus, and so I believe he was recovered. He was like working with like the bad guys, and so he's like he has the ability to like hack into like digital systems and stuff. Comet was originally a character. Oh yeah. So the boxing guy, he's pretty cool. I just kind of still want to redesign him a little bit. Maybe the color palette. I kind of want to change the color palette because he was originally green. Oh, it's crap. I know the boxing guy kind of bad though. Of course you freaking say that. I'm gonna. I want to retain the green color on him. I just need to rework some stuff. I don't know. Like it almost works. Yeah, but Virus is interesting. I also need to kind of change up his shoes. I don't like the orange doesn't work very well with them. But I like the lizard design that I reworked with him because his original design wasn't as good as it is now. So there's that. So he can hack into systems and stuff like that. So he ends up working for the agency, and so becomes a pretty essential asset. But there's still like doubt that he has good intentions and stuff, even though they're able to like keep him detained like fairly well. We got Peter. Peter was inspired by a book that Ryan lent me. I forgot what it was called, but it's basically the story of this kid who's blind, and like he goes on like this whole like adventure and stuff like that. I forgot what the intent was, but like it was a really interesting story. But the whole thing was that the fact that he was blind. So, so Peter, actually blind kid, ends up stumbling into the agency, and so they end up giving him a home, and he becomes a pretty interesting asset. Oh yeah, that's what it was called. I need to look at that book again. Peter Nimble and His Fantastic Eyes. It was a really interesting book. I need to give it a read again. I might even do like a whole audio drama on it because I thought it was really like a really good read. Basically figured out his origin. Yeah. Oh yeah. So like the whole thing is like he doesn't know anything about like his past, and so throughout this whole story, he's like learning about like who he was and whatnot. Oh, you still have it? Oh my god! If I can if you can lend it to me, I would love to read that book again because I honestly had a really good time. But if any of y'all happen to get a copy of it, I'd highly recommend it. So yeah, he's blind, and so even though he's blind, he still has a really good heightened sense of like touch and smell. So he's able to get into like smaller areas with like the lack of sight. So he still is a pretty like good asset to have around. We have Rio, who's like the nurse. He had pronouns, but he's technically a nurse because he's not really certified to do like advanced surgery and all that stuff. Court of Thorns and Roses. Yeah, I should check that out too. I like reading books. I like books whenever I have the time to read, because I'm usually just doodling all the time. Yeah, guys should be nurses. I just wanted to clarify for those who weren't aware of that as well. So yeah, Rio is more of a nurse. I know. I'm not trying to. No disrespect on our nurses. Oh my god. So yeah, it's Rio. Then we have Reno, which Reno was also like a bad guy before he was detained. I think he's the sharpshooter, if I recall. He's like the sniper, so he's a very good sharpshooter. But he's also very like good at lying. So even though he's part of the agency, a lot of people really don't trust him because like he always seems like he has like different intentions than what he's being told to do. This is Skip. I love Skip. He has short-term memory, if I recall correctly, so he's very scatterbrained. It's like his whole thing, and he can be like very chaotic and stuff. It's hard to hold him down. He is definitely like a recolor of Espio, so maybe I can hope I can redesign him just a wee bit. Maybe change up the quills and whatnot. And like he's got these front quills. I don't think that's enough though to differentiate him. And then like he still has like the gloves and the shirt from like the character creator that he originally came from. So he's not the most original. But he's still the bumbling buffoon alongside other characters. Rohan. So there's two different groups in the agency. So you have like the Class A and then you have Class B. It's not My Hero Academia. Now they say it. So there's two different groups. So the Class A group usually does like more of like the dangerous missions and stuff that's like more high risk. Whereas Class B is more for like the lower risk stuff like robberies and like just like was it drug rings and all that stuff. So Rohan was originally supposed to be the leader for Group A until someone else came along and basically took his spot. So he became like the leader for Class B. And so Rohan, he used to be like a really like upbeat, sort of like friendly person until like that day that he got demoted to Class B, and then like his personality became more cynical, and like especially toward his rival, which is Shade. And so as we get to Shade over here, so this is Shade, and what's interesting about Shade is that my character Willow Donmer is inspired by this character, but like at the same time, Willow ended up kind of like developing his own sort of character and personality that like I just completely forgot that he was inspired by this one. And so I have like a Sonic OC of him, which I can show you real quick because I think it's really funny. So Willow ended up getting his own Sonic character. I'm just gonna pop up the last sketch I did. So this is Willow the sheep, the black sheep, and then this Shade right there, because they're the same character, but they're also different. And then that's Adam, that's Shade's boyfriend / husband, because they end up getting married in the future. So it's just really funny. So this is them younger. This is young one. The other one's like when they're a little older. So like so Shade, his story is definitely like so this whole story about Hope for All Mobians is all about Shade, even though EXO is the one that runs the place. So TLDR, Shade becomes an agent. He used to be like the the high like optimism, like very spunky type. And he eventually learned about this ability, this shadow kind of demon ability that he has, but not willingly. He was captured by like this entity and was basically like trapped and tortured for like months until he was able to trigger his power. But because that like it was such a traumatic experience, he basically like lost all like senses in his brain. And so he instead of being like that very positive like kind of spirited person, he seemed like very cold and distant. Yet he was still able to perform his job fairly well. He still had the skills to be an agent. He just didn't have the heart that he originally did. Kate is his best friend. They're childhood friends. Look at them holding hands, it's so cute. But he's also asexual, so no homo. So like, Cade is the one that always like encouraged Shade. He's like what's the one looking for? He always stuck behind him, and so he's been helping Shade kind of like regain back those good memories, like those. It's not like he has amnesia. It's just that he just lacks the ability to like comprehend like positive emotion. So Kate's been trying to slowly help him, and then there's Adam as well, who was there was a mission to. It was like an escort
mission where Shade was assigned to protect Adam from like this evil corporation that was trying to take advantage of him because he's a tech genius, kind of similar to Tails, where like he builds like gadgets and all that stuff, and he got himself caught up in like a operation where he was building this thing for a group of bad men, bad people, and so now Shade is like his bodyguard, and then eventually like Adam ends up kind of like falling in love with Shade, and then Shade starts to like develop feelings again with Adam around, so they end up becoming like a couple. It's very adorable. Cade also has is also a bodyguard for Timothy. No, is it? No, they changed his name, didn't they? Oh, sorry. Oh my god, did I detonate him? I'm so sorry. Is he still Timothy? I think he's still Timothy. If I detonate him, I apologize. We've been we usually change our Sonic characters' names because sometimes their names can sound generic, but I think we still kept Timothy for him. Yeah, I think so. So Timothy was a he was imprisoned by like these bad people, and when I say bad people, it usually varies. Yeah, it's still Timothy. It usually varies. It's not always like the same group of bad people. So like that's why I just refer to them as bad people. So Timothy was enslaved by a group, and like he was eventually rescued by Class A. And so Kay like was assigned to be his caretaker because like he had been isolated for so long that he sort of like has like kind of the mindset of a child, essentially. So their relationship is really interesting. It's not romantic at all because it's like he has like baby mindset. So that would be like really freaking weird if they had any romantic interest in each other. But like Kate still like took care of him. It's not like a brother relationship either. So it's like it is like a weird sort of like just like trust bond that they have where it's like Cade is going to protect Timothy, and because of that Timothy like sees Cade as like his only like trustworthy friend. And oh yeah, so the reason why that he was like captured to begin with was because he has future vision, and the bad people were trying to like use that future vision for like their evil deeds and stuff, but Timothy just kind of refused to abide by their demands and all that. Found family, yeah, that's the best way to describe it. It's like a more found family situation. I think it's really cute. We got Cole. Ugh, sorry, it's burnt. We got Cole. He was sort of very Russian coded. He came from like a very like strict family who did not want him to pursue nursing, but he really wanted to be a nurse, especially for children. So he ended up like just leaving home and decided to pursue nursing as part of like the agency and stuff like that. So he's very soft, he's very calm, but he could be strict when he needs to be, especially like with his tone. He's like more of like words first, like actions later kind of guy. And he has like a beautiful braided hair and all that. We got Marco. We got another fish character. He went through quite a few redesigns. Specifically like with his outfit. Like his design itself pretty much stayed the same. He's kind of similar to Skip in terms of being a bit scatterbrained, but he's more cutesy. He's like very sort of like young coded. I wouldn't say young coded. Actually maybe, I don't know. But he's cool. He also helps in the nursery. He's more of like entertainment for the children. Like he helps like keep spirits high and all that. So he's like a cheerleader. He's a mascot. We got Winky the ape, and he just this chill dude. Really doesn't care. He just likes what he does, and so I would say that he's one of the he's not a veteran per se, but he's been there long enough to where he's gotten pretty comfortable, and so he just doesn't really like take things as seriously, you know. And a lot of the agents get a bit upset about that. This one's one of my favorites, Jewel. Jewel is what's it called? Assigned female at birth, is transitioning to male. And so one of the things I should have mentioned is that the thing about this agency is that EXO, and this is him being misogynistic, is that he only assigns men into this agency. In terms of why, it's sort of related to like the whole backstory in regards of like why he rebelled against the older agency, which I won't even go into detail because I think like revealing it at some point in the future would be really freaking funny. But essentially, he's never hired women in the agency. And so, in sort of like a rebellious sort of like showing off sort of way, Jewel ended up like joining this agency knowing that like quote unquote females weren't allowed to like enlist there. And EXO has never found out about like Jewel transitioning, and Jewel's always identified as male, so it's like, you know, freaking trans rights and all that. If Jewel says that they're a dude, then they're a dude, and there's nothing about it. He hasn't gone through like the physical transformation yet, even though in the Sonic universe I feel like it wouldn't be as hard compared to like in real life. But like Jewel has been slowly going through the transition, like doing like the T, so like his voice had gotten deeper and stuff like that. And there's a bit of like a interesting relationship going on with him and this guy. This is Jax, right? Jax, yeah, the Wallaby. And so Jax's whole thing is that he has lightning abilities, but the way that it works is that it's an uncontrollable lightning surge that comes out of his body, and every so often he needs to release that like energy, or else like his body will literally retain too much electricity that either it will just burst like from pressure or he'll just explode. And the latter is definitely one thing that he tries to avoid, so every so often he needs to like be doing something physical in order to exert this extra energy and all that. And it makes him like a pretty like loose cannon and all that. But he's good friends with Jewel, and like Jax has kind of like a thing for Jewel, but like Jewel's very like free spirited and doesn't really care too much about relationships. I think like Jewel's definitely open to like kind of like more polyamory at the beginning, because it's like he doesn't want to be like tied down in like a commitment or anything like that. And then also Jax is sort of like in the closet. He doesn't want to he doesn't want to admit that he may have feelings for like a guy, so even though he's aware of like Jewel's past and all that stuff, he still associates that as like I'll probably, if I date Jewel, then I think it will make me gay, and I'm not gay. I'm definitely not gay. Maybe bi. Something like that. There's like a whole little shtick. And then we got this little fella right here. This is Leon. I think you could just tell from the pose alone the kind of character that Leon is. But actually, I actually really like this character. So, the TLDR of it is that he was originally a exotic dancer, who also like knew self-defense, because a lot of the clients that he would have tend to be really dangerous men, but they tend to have the bigger payouts. So he ended up learning really good self-defense, and at some point during his life he was approached by Jewel and Jax to like basically leave like the club that he used to work in order to work for the agency, because they saw a lot of potential in his like social skills, quote unquote social skills, and his like his how good in combat he is. And so he eventually does join the agency, but that doesn't stop him from being a bit too like touchy-feely with the other guys in the agency. And most of the time it's just because he's just messing with them. But like these three are like their own little group. And there's two other characters as well that are part of the group, which I'll get to in just a second. But they I call them, so they have their own group that they call the Pussy Posse. Even though I think a majority of them don't get puss. I just thought that it was like the funniest freaking thing to call them. That's what I refer to them as. So you can kind of get an idea of what kind of like group they are. So this is Hood and Nightshade. They're both best friends. And so what's interesting about their characters, so Hood is a fallen angel and Nightshade is a ghost. And I'll explain to you exactly what that means. One sec. Release. Cranbusher. Oh, Cranbusher. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just got a lot of notifications on my phone. Thanks, Rock. So, these two were adventurers centuries, like decades ago.
So this was even before the agency was built. So Hood and Nightshade used to travel together. They were treasure hunters. They explored places and found treasure and just had fun. One day, they'd stumbled upon a cave with like this very strange stone. And during that exploration, something went wrong and Hood and Nightshade were separated. And so, Hood for a long time believed that his friend had died in this accident, when in actuality Nightshade had found the gem that they were seeking, and this gem ended up like sealing him off for like decades, and basically reformed his body into like a ghost phantom form. And so eventually, when he was able to get out, Hood had already like passed away. But when he passed away, he ended up being assigned like an angel, and so he was sent back to Mobius. Was it Mobius? Yeah. He was sent back to Mobius to be like a guardian, essentially. And so these two end up meeting up again, but now Hood is like a guardian angel, and now Nightshade is like this ghostly phantom. So it's a bit of like a heaven and hell kind of like concept that I came up with. And so the reason why Nightshade ended up getting out to begin with is because he was found by Neon, and this is one of Ryan's characters. I like this character. They, them pronouns. They were originally inspired by the Darkling characters from the Archie series. If the design looks familiar, that's what they were like inspired by. So like Neon's whole thing is that like they're very what's the word like it would describe them as? I wouldn't call them like aliens per se, but like they don't know too much about like the world around them. And so at first Neon's very like not very trusting around Nightshade, and like unfortunately because Neon like the stone that he was in was more of like a ring, like a bracelet, so they ended up getting this bracelet like stuck onto them, so basically Nightshade is stuck with them and cannot leave his sight. So they're kind of forced together for a while, but end up growing like a bond, considering that like they both have like tragic backstories where they're still trying to process this new world, because Nightshade doesn't know anything about like the new world. It's been decades since like he like had seen it, and with Neon he's like an alien to like this world, and so they've never been introduced to like civilization and all that jazz. So eventually they stumble upon like this agency, and they're probably they're the most incompetent, I think. Even more incompetent than like characters like Skip, who I would say is more of a liability, because like Neon and Nightshade aren't really like equipped for like the kind of stuff that the agents do, so they stay at the agency. But like Neon has the ability to read minds, so that's one of the things that like they like you take good advantage of. Let's let me change this music. Oh, this is Gaia. It's on relation. That's cool. Let me see what other songs. Put some more Sonic music. I thought there'd be more in this. Let's play this. Yeah, that's what I like. So Neon has the ability to read minds, which is really cool. So I'm just eating peanut butter now. I finished all the apples. So they actually work for the interrogations like sector of the agency, where they would interrogate like bad guys and stuff for like questioning. And so they may not be good out in combat, but these two are both pretty good when it comes to those interrogation like scenarios. So they've at least been useful in that part. And I think there's actually like a few other agents that haven't been put in the roster either, but these are basically the main squad that you see fairly commonly around like the agency. So I explained a little bit about Shade, and then that's just everyone there. So I've actually had like a whole story in mind for this series. It never ended up going through because I did decide to like step aside from like Sonic content for a while, but recently I've been like enjoying talking about them again, especially with like my friend Ryan, and she definitely encourages me to like, if it's something I like, I should just do it. And so I'm like, you know what, maybe one day Maybe one day I'll actually like make a story, like kind of play it all out. Maybe like in like a writing it. I would love to do like a comic about it, but like doing like a whole comic of this stuff is like, oh my god, it would be so much work, and I don't think I'm willing to commit to that. Especially with this other project that I'm doing for the visual novel. So like that would be like so much on my to-do list. So I just like talking about them a lot. I have like a whole thing. I think I actually made a whole Discord server like sharing like all this information. So maybe one day if I want to like expand this into something for people to participate in, I can probably open up the server publicly, and people can maybe even pitch like their own agents to join the agency, and then the agency can grow from there. That would be cool. I think that would be really cool, as a matter of fact. But we'll see. We'll see. I think that's enough talking about those characters though. There's so many. I want to at least try and get the rough sketch done for this. Because what I do is that I rough sketch the pose and then I kind of clean up the sketch. And then I also color it. I do flat coloring alongside the sketch, so hopefully I can get enough done for this stream. Because I don't know when I'll be doing another doodle stream. I kind of want to do like more of a let's play for my next stream. I'll also be joining Ryan when she streams again. So you can also follow Call Me Ryan on Twitch. Because you can, if you want to hear more about my OC nonsense, I'm always talking about that on her channel. So you can join us there. I think she's busy this Saturday. She usually streams Wednesdays and Saturdays. But you can catch her next stream, I think on Wednesday. We're going to be continuing Kingdom Hearts. Now it's been pretty fun to watch. I want to thank again for Tau Commander for commissioning me. Really appreciate it. And then also don't forget to check out Trev Zed, my voice actor for Willow Dawnmer. Please donate to him if you can. I actually plan on donating to him myself. I haven't had the chance to because I just got home and I needed to jump on the stream. So after this stream, I'm going to be donating to his page. I want to give him a little support, and hopefully he recovers fast enough so I can get my commission done. I'm joking. I hope that he rests easy, takes it easy, because broken elbow doesn't sound pleasant at all. So I've spraining your ankle is nothing compared to getting hit by a car. But I've definitely been through like that, and even a sprained ankle, it's like, you know, I would rather just be like resting than like doing like work. You know what I mean? Sprained ankles suck. Was it the most painful thing I've ever felt? I'm not sure. I think the last time I felt like excruciating pain was when I threw out my back. And that makes me sound like such a freaking geezer. But to clarify, I tend to forget to like stand up and stretch, especially during the weekends. Because it's like I'm usually standing up all the time when I'm like at work. And so it's like, oh, you know, I can just sit down all weekend and it shouldn't affect me. Well, even when like you're like standing around like so many times, you still want to like be standing up and stretching, even like on like your days you're not working. And so I guess I must have like really been sitting for way too long that Sunday, because when I came on Monday for work, and I don't bend over, I squat. I squat when I pick up things. So when I squatted down to pick up something, my back just like literally like shot as if I was like struck by lightning, and I could not get up. I literally needed life alert during that time. It was awful. I didn't want to call off work that day because like my favorite coworker was there, and so I didn't want to let her down. So it was sheer willpower that kept me going. And someone also had like forgotten their cane in our lost and found, so I ended up using that to to like help hoist myself. It was literally that bad. Like I needed like a cane just to get around. Luckily, I'm all better now. I've dealt with like that kind of like injury before, so I knew how to like treat it. It just took a while to like recoup from it, because like some other stuff had also came up to the like where I had to sleep on like an air mattress, and that didn't help with like my back. So once I actually had like a bed to sleep on, I was able to like recover a lot better. So I'm really glad about that. Make this a little more BGB. I'm gonna build on top of this too, so don't worry. Trust the process. Trust the process. I like being kind of like wavy when it comes to hair, because I like giving hair volume and all that. Slaps. I'm gonna call it. Oh, it's a little collar. It's cute. It's kind of difficult to do like hoodies with like a bit of volume like that. I'll refine the coat when I clean up the sketch. Like giving like folds for like coats like this, just to like give it a little bit more volume and whatnot. Can't forget the braid. The braids, I have like a little technique for how I draw braids, because they're actually like quite fun to draw once you got the technique down. See that technique? So quick, you'd miss it if you blink. Man, that Sonic talk must have really done something, because I feel like I'm doing fairly decent. Maybe that warm-up sketch helped me out a little bit too. Maybe I'm stroking my own ego too. It's one of the three, but it's probably the former. make sure to add like the extra details and stuff as well when I clean up the sketch. Cause she does have like some patterns and stuff, so I don't want to miss that. I wonder if her ear should be more laid back. She is stretching. There we go. I feel like it's cuter. I'm gonna raise her torso a little bit. I do have the tendency of making legs too long. That's just sort of a signature of mine when it comes to Sonic characters, is giving them very long legs, like it's Sonic Boom. She does have hips though. I don't want to exclude the hips, that's for sure. I like drawing curvature. I don't tend to draw females too often. I feel like that's something that I would be very strong at. I'm just a gooner at heart, so men always tend to be my go-to when I draw. Ryan can totally vouch for me. She says I should be incorporating some lesbianism in my roster of characters, and you know what? I absolutely agree. We need more lesbian representation. Blasphemy on my part. I do like giving Sonic characters a bit more curvature like this. You don't see it too often. I feel like I'm not a big fan of like kind of this stick figure-esque Sonic designs. I understand why they do it. I mean, most of like the modern designs do that for the Sonic characters, but give them a little more like curvature. Give them some meat on them bones, you know what I'm saying? Got a cool tail. At least, see, there we go, Ryan. We got to lesbianism representation in the stream tonight. That's a W. I like the jeans. She's got chains there too. Oh, the crown is like a keychain. I didn't notice that. That's really cute. I like how the crown can still be incorporated in the design. I'll make sure to refine that later. Let's see. It's a little hard to see the weapon in the back. Hopefully it's fine if I don't add it to that, just because I don't want to misdraw that. The shoes. I'm gonna try not to make the shoes look too much like boots. You see, usually the shoes, you know, they tend to be oversized. So I kind of start with them with like a boot shape before I work my way into a shoe shape. and changing a weapon from a short sword to a drill lance. Would make sense. I know that Urchin has a character where like their whole gist is that like they're able to gain like the drill's ability into like sort of a super form. It's really cool. I recently did a commission for them with that design. So like having a weapon that actually matches like the wisp that the companions with would make a lot of sense. There's so many ways you can approach it too. I was debating on getting an emulator, because this Dolphin's a really easy emulator to get a hold of. I have a friend of mine who suggested to me a place to get it, but I'll need to find it again. But he had like a website full of like emulator games, and one game I really wanted to play was Chibi-Robo, and I don't know if I'm allowed to play that on stream because I know how Nintendo is when it comes to Nintendo properties being played. So I'll have to double check if I can even play that. But Chibi-Robo is such an old game, but it was one that I used to play when I was a kid, and I loved it. And I would love to play it for you guys. I don't know if it would be the most entertaining to watch. It is technically a quote-unquote cleaning simulator. I say quote-unquote because there's a little bit more to it besides just cleaning the house. If you're familiar with Chibi-Robo, then you may know like some of the craziness that could occur in that game. And that's because it's a very Japanese-centric kind of game, even though it does take place in America. Like a lot of the humor and a lot of the slapstick and just a lot of the action that happens is very anime heavy. But I love that game to death. It's also for some reason really fucking expensive. Pardon my language. But like some some of the like copies of Chibi-Robo go for like $300. Because it's a very obscure game. My brother still owns the physical copy, so like if he really wanted to make some extra money, he could sell that game off, but he's an avid collector, so I doubt he would ever sell it. Besides, it's fairly like worn, so like it wouldn't be like a high quality like to have in like a case or anything like that. Cause I know a little bit when it comes to grading stuff. I don't know the qualifications of like how they grade it. I just work with a lot of like not vintage cards, but like trading cards at like the store I work at. Cause I work at like a toy store. We buy and sell trading cards from like Pokemon and Magic the Gathering and stuff. So we don't grade them, but like I know people who go through the grading process. Cause my boss used to grade cards, or used to have her cards graded. So video games can be graded as well. It just doesn't make much sense because it's like, you know, you buy games so you can play the games. You're not even gonna like, you know, play them. Now that you have them and all that, but you know, they do what they want with their money. So that's why so many people have like gone to pirating. It's so hard to get access to these like classic games without paying an exorbitant price. He's looking pretty good so far. love 80s music, dude. I don't know what he's even saying. Draw a little wispy friend. I didn't think I would be. If I had a nickel for every time I drew the drill wisp, I'd have 3 nickels. I've drawn a drill. Well, I've drawn a drill wisp 3 times, and I've drawn Yapper twice. I think ever. I wonder how like big wisps can actually get, because like we only ever see them in one size, but it's like I assume that there's more sizes. Like you got big wisps, small wisps. Like how big are they when they're babies? They do that so it looks like he's smiling. See, look at that, he's so excited. Wondering if it should be more on the left or the right. I feel like it would flow better if he was on the other side. Actually switch up the eye. That's why I like to rough sketch it before I clean up the sketch, so then when I'm doing little tweaks like that, so I don't feel so bad about it. It's like, because sometimes artists will like refine a sketch too much, and then they would want to like keep adding onto it, and then it's like, oh, but I worked so hard on, you know, refining the sketch, I don't want to change anything. But it's like, you know, sometimes you gotta make some alterations here and there if you want it to make it look right. So I would say don't commit to a sketch. Alright. I'm gonna clean up the sketch. Hopefully I can do this all on this stream so you can see the process. The patterns are gonna be interesting too. probably gonna be in the Sonic drawing mood for a bit. Man, those are beautiful eyelashes. I don't know how I did that. I do like characters that have like the Blaze style eyes. They're usually a little bit more difficult to like draw in terms of expression, but I still like. I feel like it gives them like a lot of opportunity for like more elegant looking eyes. I do like this sort of like beach music, honestly. Some of my more underrated soundtracks, I think. Because don't get me wrong, I freaking love like the music in Sonic Frontiers during the boss battles. But I feel like the more tranquil music is underappreciated. I need to remember how the thumbs are in the front, okay. I usually have to go back and refine the hand just so I know where things are going to be sitting. I like to keep like the eyes visible even if the hair is overlaying them. Unless the design specifically is like characters that don't show their eyes with their hair in front of it. Because there are some characters that have like hair over their eyes that I personally really enjoy. But for like with the eyelashes, I tend to keep the eyelashes visible or like the pupil. But for, like if we're talking like eyelids, then they can be kind of covered up, especially if they aren't really hiding anything and all that. You know what? I should probably save my progress in case something happens. That would really suck. Working 2 hours on this and not saving it. We should, if I ever had like a Twitch thing and it's like donate your bits so you can remind the artist to save their progress. That's a good idea. I do love like drawing wrinkles on outfits and stuff, because naturally, unless you're like you're really ironing your clothes or it's like latex, even with latex, there's wrinkles to it, and it just gives like more volume. It's like same thing with hair. It gives more volume to it. You don't want something that looks too like contoured to the body. Now again, like latex, it contours with the body, so it's understandable how it would fit more with like the posing. But like it helps you like be a bit more expressive with like the design and whatnot. Like how the way that the coat flows when she does the little stretchy stretch. Adds a bit more character to it. It's so nice. Oh my god. Come on, sneeze. Dang it. Oh, thank god. Yeah, that's a good sneeze. Which version is this? Hold on. Oh, you don't say it. God dang it. Oh wait, they do. Never mind. What timestamp is this at? Yeah, this is the OG aquatic park. See, this is the good stuff. It does have like kind of the breakcore beat to it. I know some of this music does like incorporate more EDM than some of the other tracks. But I still at least like there's more there's still instrumentals going on in this. I think it's really nice. Like I think they meshed the EDM with like the instrumentals very well in the first game. Usually music like this helps like get me through sketching faster. Cause it reminds me of those like speed paints. Where like, I mean obviously it's a speed paint, so they add the speed ahead after recording the video. But it's like, yeah, no, I can draw that fast. Just use fucking Zoom. Maybe that's why I'm able to get through commissions so fast. It's because I used to watch a lot of the speed paints, and then I would try to like equal to the speed. She got la abs. I can work with that. You know, my favorite kind of lesbians are the butch ones. I do appreciate characters that have like patterns on their bodies. I think it's very cool. It helps to like add a little bit more to it, especially since most of the characters I have don't actually really have like patterns on their bodies. Braids is also another part of the body I think I've grown to enjoy drawing. I either need to have more characters with braids or I need to draw my characters with braids more often. The only characters that I have, at least OC related, would be like Statler. He's the only one with like long enough hair that could be braided. Willow's probably if you try hard enough. A little. Good so far, I think. wisps are like really simple in design, so usually laying down the sketch isn't all too hard. Look at that little feller. Does he have a name? Because usually I feel like with the people who have like wisps as like their companions, they probably give him like a little nickname or something. Lucy. It's pronounced Lucy or Lucy? It's probably not Lucy. I'm assuming it's Lucy. It's pronounced. It's very cute. Yeah, awesome. That's gonna bother me. I want to stretch that soul a bit. Let's tweak the top. I personally like how it's coming out. Now your sketch does include free flat shading, the free flat coloring, sorry, as I do with all my other commissions. So we're gonna finish this off by coloring this bad girl in. This song has like an Eye of the Tiger kind of vibe. I don't know why. Or like Final Countdown. They both have kind of like the same vibe. Studio pen. I don't need this one. G pen, there If you're wondering why I don't go straight, like, grayscale, I usually like having a bit of an offset color to help retain some of, like, the kind of the color palette. Like, blacks can work for a lot of stuff, especially when you're doing, like, sort of, like, a darker tone and all that. But I always enjoyed, like, characters having a bit of an offset color. I think Shadow's one of the few exceptions, because the black is supposed to work into his, like, whole entire character of being, like, dark and broody and all that jazz. But even then, if I were to, like, color Shadow, I would still try to keep it, like, an offset black, like, offset red black instead of just straight up black. last time I drew Shadow, now that I think about it. Last year was like the year of Shadow. Like, I've always appreciated like the backstory that they tried to give with him with like Maria and the arc, and like last year like they really nailed it in terms of like actually like establishing like the real impact that Maria had in Shadow's life and all that before like the events of everything. Music's so tranquil. I love it. How many of the Sonic casts actually know how to play an instrument? I would, as much as I love the Chaotix, they don't know how to play instruments. And they're one of the only few characters I think that we've actively seen play instruments. But they do it poorly. Sonic's the only other one. What? Oh yeah, because he played a guitar. He played a bit of guitar in the Archie series, and then he played guitar in Sonic Underground. And then we've seen a lot of promotional art with him playing a guitar, but we never actually see him like perform with it, like in media, like in video games, or even like in the TV shows, which is really funny. Because I feel like he does like guitar as like a hobby, and even then it's like, you'd think like someone like Sonic, he wouldn't retain the patience to play guitar, but maybe that's like one of the few occasions where like he's able to sit down and like do something that doesn't require like speed. Like, don't get me wrong, playing a guitar, like if you're doing like sick guitar riffs, that takes a lot of speed to do. No, I already said, Ryan, the Chaotix, they play instruments, but they play poorly. So I don't know if that qualifies as like playing an instrument. Charmy's ability to play the drum is questionable. You think Knuckles would know how to play like one of those like kind of tribal drums? I would imagine so. I mean, if you're just sitting around guarding the Master Emerald all day, you're probably picking up some kind of skill or hobby. What else are you gonna be doing guarding a rock for the majority of your life? They're good. Ryan, I need you to send me like an audio of them actually playing good. They've only ever played once, and that was their alt on Sonic Heroes, and we all know how that goes. Oh hell yeah! You know what? Ryan's probably a bigger appreciator of the Chaotix' music than me. So maybe I'm the one that should be questioned. Oh yeah. Let's get some highlights too. The thing that I fear the most is forgetting a small detail in a commission, even though most details are usually small enough to where they could be easily fixed. sending a commission to someone and then being like, man, this looks awesome, but you kind of forgot like this little itty bitty point on your tail, and I'm like, okay, just kill me now. I cannot exist, not after a mistake like that. Oh my god, Peggle is on sale! Hell yeah! I can make the code a little darker. One sec. There you go. Like, it's a very offset gray. You can't notice it because I don't have the color wheel on this side. But like, at least from the screen, you can probably think like, oh, it's just simple gray, but it's actually like a very offset gray. So like, this is like an offset, like reddish gray, and then this one's completely gray. It's very subtle, but you can kind of see how this kind of looks more like a bluish tone, and this one is more like a reddish tone. And you don't want like the bluish tone to clash, especially when this character fits with more red colors than blue colors. So it helps keep like sort of a warmish vibe to it. It's fair. Now I gotta color old Lucy over here. Ooh, it's so yellow. I don't think the little things that are coming out of its butt, they don't have stripes. Oh, he's so cute. Cutie patootie. Tend to kind of tweak the color a little bit. There you go. Am I missing anything? Some extra detail to the fonts. tend to add a little bit more extra detail. I feel like I need to, but I don't know. I just really like this, the way that this came out. And then we're gonna change the color of the background a wee. This looks pretty good. I am quite proud of how this came out. Wait, I did a hand. I did a hands right. Yeah, I did notice the ring. It's just that it's not very visible in the way that she's posed, so I would have definitely drawn it if they were visible like that. Thank you again so much for commissioning me, and I'm actually quite happy that I got to do this for the stream. Gave me something nice to work on. Alright, if you have a, if you follow, I'm assuming you said you followed me on Blue Sky, what's the best way to do it? Mind, you can either message me, or if you give me your Blue Sky handle, I can go ahead and add you on there, so I can post your commission on Blue Sky. And now you have a fun little stream that you can look back, so you can see the process of it, which is really cool. Talk about it. Okay, same thing as your Ko-fi. Awesome. I'll go ahead and add you on there after the stream, either today or tomorrow. I'll do it tonight because I mean I already have the thing on there. All I gotta do is just open my thing. It's around like almost 10:30. I think that this is pretty good for my first stream. Definitely wish I can go much longer, but I kind of want to keep things a bit like not too heavy on the streamy side. I definitely after doing retail, my social battery can diminish fairly quickly, and I would like to just vibe with some videos and all that jazz. So I am going to wrap up this stream for tonight. Thank you again, Tao, for commissioning me, and for anyone else who is still watching. If you would like your sketch sketched like live next time I stream, definitely check that out, so that you can have your commission sketched live on stream. Or you can donate anytime and just request for it to be live stream, and I'll make sure to set up a live stream to do it live, so that you can look back and see the progress of it, and we can talk about like more Sonic or just OC related stuff, obviously. Don't forget again, check out TrevZed on Blue Sky and on, I call it Twitter, I don't call it X. Donate to his page. I'm going to be doing that a little bit later on tonight. If you are looking for some more content with me in it, check out Call Me Ryan on Twitch.tv. Support her. She's a Twitch affiliate, so every little watch counts towards supporting her. We'll be playing more Kingdom Hearts, I believe, on Wednesday. Next Wednesday. Definitely follow her for more updates on that. And I think that's about it. So thank y'all so much for joining me today. It was a lot of fun. I hope I can do this again. Maybe with a little bit more ideas of what to draw in mind. I'll definitely think about what game would be fun to play on stream. Might even ask on my Blue Sky for some suggestions. If I don't have any ideas, might give some suggestions and you guys can vote for it. But I think that's gonna be about it. So thank you again so much. Hope you guys have a good night or good morning, wherever you are. Alright then, bye!